today I'm gonna be doing the new event. Well, it's not really new, but yeah, let me just get a few things ready and then I'll start. Okay, so that's ready. Either way, I need to wait for that to be done, so... Grab this, put it here. Paste this here, and... Where do I put this? Okay. I think I'm ready on my part, and I just need to wait for the ad breaks, you know. In the meantime, what can I do? Nothing much, really. There's the new Bokak. What's the event rewards, actually? I mean, I'm gonna get these things. And if I have extra, I guess I can always just go for these that I missed last time. The fact that there's two announcers. One that's just gibberish and the other one that's actually translated. That makes me wonder then, does that mean that we can actually... Well, there's probably people that already translated the sweeper language. Is it just binary now that I think about it? It might be just binary. Jesus, so... 3? That's a lot of lunacy. Hey there, Pant. But was it binary or did it have like different numbers? I don't remember now. It's been a while since I heard them. And I can't really like test it out right now. Well, I can go for new Dante notes that I haven't read yet. Okay, so detour. Nocturnal sweeping. Where would they be? Here? I need to like waste 2 minutes, so. Okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever. No. So it's not binary. It is a random string of numbers. No. So I guess if we compare to the normal version with the translated version, we can translate it? Question mark. I was trying to see if it was literally like the like each word corresponded to the letter in the alphabet, but no, it's not like that. And it would be kind of hard to distinguish between, like, for example, like 1 and 11. So I guess we can translate it. Well, Quano can't translate it. You know, someone insane probably already did that. But right now, let me just do this. Finally, we can find out what the heck happened with Greg? Question mark. Well, both Greg and Sinclair appear. We'll learn a little bit more about Sinclair and we'll at least check up on Greg, I hope. Let me just stop yapping and just start it. I am ready on this part, right? Yes, I am. Okay, a funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. I wonder why Mersault knows a lot about funerals. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gestures are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the fur pillar to the right. Can any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instructions to carry yourselves with solemn property that befits the occasion? Get me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. God dang it. Even now, Isabel is like, read the freaking pamphlet. Read the freaking manual. Just read. I even underline all the important parts for you. Also, is the sound feels kind of low. Let me put it a little bit higher. Sorry, Ishi. The walls of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp. That's because of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, does that not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Wi-Fi, I don't know how to say that. Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. There's no anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the manor, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wandering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton in their mind was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it, not even Don Quixote, not Faust. Every sinner believed that the twisted version of the memory, as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only pretending to have a process. They at least prepared the coffin and had a formal reading of the will. Seems funerals are far from being everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone had died. And the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them there where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere, just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, hey? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables burying with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthetic, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sots to later desecrate it. In Hong Yuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. One having scoffed and Hung said, Odious foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to live on. Are those words from his heart, or is this something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his sad, tuckered solo. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close when once Alicia, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says he'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Vom Nursefather. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there was no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for battle deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Go for Barry, go! Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project, which means that what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Yeah, the game sometimes treats him like that. I mean, he has been mentioned as the translator for more than one time, so I think it's just a horrible translator. No? What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation, call me yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swap or two of your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observation purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissifits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a few months before letting you go. So the least you can do is thank us. The least you can do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Lisa waved at the researchers who were filing out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. Godspeed, Sinclair. You're gonna need it. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic at any minute. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the only thing that flamed my passion, but with the research events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats the research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for a PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true, your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alicia trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried really him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiment. Hehe, fishy. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryosho, who'd been filling the air around with thick cigarette smoke, and Dokishot, who was sniffing and asking around every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixers' whereabouts. God dang it, Todd. Fuss was still there too, staring blankly into the air. She accessing the Giselle shaft. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stacks of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Ryosho. Matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA says CH. CH is Clockhead. What? Wait, what did Dante say? What kind of assistance? Okay. Wait a minute. Did Ryosho just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gestures, especially since she usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt where her choice method of interpretation actually encompasses anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bear of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bow. Buffy Dawn. You there, why don't you join us soon? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment that their capture turned her head to enter Hohenheim. Immediately runs away from Dawn. You know what? Fair. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet to more words to trade with the most noble Yellow Harpoon. I still think that his name should have been Yellow Stinger or something like that. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak that quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the Mercer's speech to Sinner 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the Mercer says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludes my understanding as well. Pretty allowed me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the Mercer's words, not Sinner's reissues. They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the person circumstance is a welcomed one. It was simply that the irrationality and efficiency of your suboptimal staffing choices and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. House hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit a fast cooperation. In any case, Manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deemed that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structures and layout of the house. After all, you were the ones monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation, and Sinner's 4 familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we need to go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right away. Question mark. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member. Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. This was interesting. Oh, more reading. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from the upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of the lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the costs reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as he regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner-shared vision. Yeah, we can see the scar over here. Other than that, like, her hoodie is down. Yeah, she did get glued back together. And her coat is open, I think. Here, let me remove the AOI. I think everything else looks the same. Freaking... She reminds me of that freaking dog every time I look at her. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the process of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We were waiting until the lines of information that warrants questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and the items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon the information obtained only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended it. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Bonham didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow when at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steady, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expect a gain as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would have been disciplined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Wenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as he traced the usual thorn of a sharper knife, instead of twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of cooperative level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Mill, cooperative entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Mill, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of the great brother of the Mill, these two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? Should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Our companies would not solicit your cooperations by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electric shocks, and simulations. And of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself through such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the body chill of his threads to sink in, and I'm turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, Minister. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. You see it, eh? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias? Close enough. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a failed blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim at the enemy said. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice in the thing in a family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his carrel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? Oh hey, she actually swore. That fucker Matthias. I feel like I'm saying this wrong. Here, let me just... No, I'm saying it correctly. Matthias? Matthias? Sure, good enough. Was GB. Only by technicality. A great brother? No. Aren't they called big brothers? Or is it great brother now? He fucked up badly. He was still family by name. But underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the SD for the bowl cut too. Same treatment. Okay. I'm trying to like decipher in Ryoshu. Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshu. Could it be that thou also does harbor a personal zeal for fixing? I quickly clapped the hand over Don Quixote's mouth as he smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ or... choose quickly or I'll... slice your neck clean. Right this instant. I think that's what it is. Huh? What does that mean? Cooperate quietly. Gotta get... Gotta get Ryoshu. Cooperate quietly or else slap your neck completely right this instant. I was wrong. Damn you, Ryoshu. Sync isn't just such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Ah, this is so crappy. Whatever, get it. I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survived. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihira, what's up with you and talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, sync? That's a random. Who even says that? Ryosu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half of her tattoos are gone clock. They even confiscated her book. To think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this trade that she bite us. Besides, nobody hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the church brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assumed the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? Can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head into the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Okay, now I can fight. I still can't use Greg, huh? Okay, question is... I'll use the charge team for now, because I want to use this Rodion. Well, I want to put her in the team, I don't want to actually use her. Unless I bring the bleed team and just use someone that can actually... Oh wait. Don't tell me, every ring member gives a bonus, doesn't it? Okay, I should use the bleed team then. Yep. God dang it. I literally only have Yuseng worked on. Okay, I'll just bring Rodion along. But I'll use support. Support. Where is Rodion? Here's Rodion. Nobody worked on her, did they? Oh no, there's someone. Not the best thing, but sure, I'll take it. What's this weird ass like? Okay, so what order do I want this in? So you Mersault, definitely. Then I guess the two of you. You. Then Heathcliff. And you. I'm not gonna put anyone else.
어떤 조직놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked remarkably different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of the corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. 3D. Who might those people hit? What the frick is that word, Don? B. Oh, it's a new person. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture towards one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems the directions are in order for both sides. This is the team leader, Alan, from Wayfair Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfair Company. A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It was, on prior occasion, referred to as the new or aspirant Double Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember. The company vying to take Double Corp's place, huh? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while Double Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department. Our field operation unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining in this investigation effort. I understand, field operations units are almost always understaffed anyways. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. He looks a lot more... I don't mean to be mean, but like... weak looking than what I expected. A lot more feeble. That's the word I'm looking for. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of the Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my message, reciprocal greeting will spill out of Alan's mouth in a strange uneven rhythm, as if my ticket didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to the script he had rehearsed. I've heard the great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as a leverage to push your product, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. I didn't seem to particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the expense request of Mr. Herbert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreement. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you had about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a sort of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina heat up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Don't you see the corpses all around? Human guts and all that. She come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back street area. The back streets, Any more details? Can you stop prying? Your look is pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what happened, Kira knee-jerked to the head, to the side, from a sudden punch by Alan. Jesus. Okay, I guess the dude is less people looking than expected. But Kira was nimble enough to dodge the surprise attack easily. But this one seemed to have been caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't even that he caught her off guard. It was the notion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fists being raised and the arms being extended, the blow making contact. The same action was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Dow, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company's assets, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. The punches now though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard law of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfair Company. Let us resume the task at hand. I wonder if we're gonna get any Wayfair IDs then. They are setting it up. Like, of course I'm not gonna get it now, but like... Like, I don't think we've gotten any so far. Yeah. Shino Ryosho, give team leader Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That is a big improvement in terms of the intel for Wayfair Company's backdoor mapping process. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past these doors. The fact that they have to, like, protect against that, I guess that happened before. Right then, I'll proceed with the connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Shino Ryosho mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why do you even bring me along? Ignoring Kirio's job, Alan begins setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Are thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? What? Like, I've seen this on the trailer, but still, what the heck is this? Like, I think this... Well, at least this looks sort of like a whale. But it's all like... Well, is it a whale or is it a mermaid stitched together? It might be a mermaid. Or maybe a mix of both, I don't know. See that gorilla on the back. Okay, the moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once. Look at the eyes under the tentacles. And this one. But But I thought this kind of mouth was on the mermaids, not the whale. But maybe I'm misremembering. And I don't remember the whale having tentacles. Again, this is a mix of like a bunch of different creatures, so... It can't just be like a... both of them. But it is probably a whale. It does have that whale shape. The moment we stepped in, the light hits us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. I think all of these are chimera freaks. Unless these kind of animals are normal in Limbus Company, but I think all of these are like just freaks. Felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange somber height. Wait. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, this gal is just insane. That's the whale from the 8th Association's Great Lakes special issue, so it is a whale. I guess different whales have different looks. Kira, who'd seemed a bit down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder soloed one-shot these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a great, well, doesn't look like the one in Carrot, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts worn. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not alive, but... Duh! Though RoboUnc did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been a great... would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. I wonder if she managed to interpret Dante's question through Faust. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side. Clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don? Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred. How step is... What's it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Oh, I'm guessing it's this eye. Opposite to the well was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things. Starting with the crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before the Hohenheim could even finish his transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Uh-oh. Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That present. It's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The store is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must hold them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As session thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mass, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal parts curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from its parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Alright, it makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back then, when I used to visit you as your tutor than I. A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, steel-thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernous resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit? Was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but screw it. And they say you can hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Still not always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still as sly as a raven, like your nuts fathers. Don't presume. I don't remember you because the ductility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. Passable AW artwork? Maybe? At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members, an intense glare, sparked by the discovery of the kindred sigh, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the process and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Hallen's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing your shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, but because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what he was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like a grasping at straws. At the end of his gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Areyashiki. I was gonna try to use it anyway. I've long wanted to see if Maestro's death is anything different. Telling her that we were just living won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that was so conveniently being delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are genius, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of fire generation, and I happen to be to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not. Clock. Sure? Add... Sure. At all? No. Add this? No. About this. Okay. Think about that woman as Lei Heng and do as you did in HC's mention. I'll take care of the rest. Right. That's probably our best shot. What Miyasu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some possible ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Alphism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without a necessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arashiki makes it worth the cost. You want a taste? Confusion flickered across Ryosu's face as he tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? Oh. The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arashiki no longer exists, so why can I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The master only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryosu's recoil. A sort of surprise crossed her face. That wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the master's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryosu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice this, did you? I had my doubts the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? Okay, I'll break it down, so I'll just wait for a bit. So... this is interesting. Like, from the trailer, I already know that Ryosu couldn't wield the blade. At least for now. I was expecting, like, to get more information about Greg and Sinclair before they, like, went off, but sure, I guess. I mean, we might just buy some time, then head back, talk to, like, Sinclair and Greg, and then go back here again. But, like, thinking about it, I don't know how I feel about Dante already unlocking Malkov's ability then. Because we're able to use any sinner, like, at any time now. I guess, like, in a story point of view, they can bring whoever they want as, like, actual people here. And disregard the interactions with other sinners they would need to have. And say, okay, they weren't here, so there's no point in us, like, commenting on what this person would do. But then another point is, like, I guess we're going back to, like, normal teams then. But if that's the case, then why can't Dante just use Gregor, like, with Malkov's thing? Because I don't... like... I guess he must have put, like, a stress on Gregor's body or something. I know they faint whenever Greg... not Greg. Dante uses that ability. Or at least they used to do it. I don't know if they still do it. But, like... I mean, it would make sense they would still find, considering that Dante hasn't mastered that ability yet. If that's the case, then like Sinclair's just doing like exams and whatnot, and she's just gonna faint midway through. And also Ishmael. That's gonna be something. Okay, at breaks, then I can continue. What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give you the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with ensured certainty. Then sees a bee's thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligaments that allowed the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admired their structural refinement. The thrice-cold ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelches and cracks of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fire, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Oh, and is the lockdown sequence is still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from Ego Gears Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Wait, wait, not that. I see Kid over there. As I scrambled to equip the sinner with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendages midway through its hurling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow. Ah, shit. Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades? Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't in the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. Well, for someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why did you stand in my way? Fuck T5, no. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it. They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did they even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavior facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Ah, shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's form of weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. You use the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? It's a fallen justice to try against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of a badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed throughout the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into an arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Particularly, however, the sheer force of Maestro's attack instantly reduced her into a red sledge of flesh and bones, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Must retrieve the organic remains of Sinner Free. As Fastro made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the student of the ring surrounded Kira, bearing her way out. The hollow chuckle to slip out of her lips. Call it for real. This is why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean to have a serviceable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one would, in their right mind, would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that had awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What I was thinking, driving in like that. You, don't just stand there. Go, get over here now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM, want to get clipped in half again? Oh, TTM, what the heck is TTM? Where's Sinclair when you need him? TTM. I have no clue. You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the master's arm by a hair as it came down again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the master could cross over. Well cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be strong enough in addition to fight for us, but the ring members have managed to form a rather sensible force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best of course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out for the sinners, their voices come through the Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I Otis am prepared to answer your call whenever you and whenever... Hang on, I just need to finish this fight. Everyone to me. God dang it. Rodian's gonna choke on her food. Yeah, it is Markov. Oh, hey, Kira's here as well. Oh, this is crossed out. The mill styled. All of this is crossed out. Also the House of Spiders and the mill and the fingers. I'll see you, question mark. I knew I was missing someone. I also used Greg on the bleed team. So that's why I could equip both Ish and I could equip both Ish and Heathcliff. Normally I have one or the other. Actually, let me read how Rodion works. That one's staggered. Okay, Rodion, how do you work? Plate Vibrante. Okay, normal does Mold Curler Roach. So increases the gain potency by the 3 stacks. And also increases defense level down. Okay. This is blue. Sinking potency. And touch hardy. That sounds so wrong. Okay, so take more HP damage and SP damage from bleed and sinking. Rouge blue. That's still the same. Okay, so now I need to see the passives. Lumage. Okay, defense or defense level up. Yeah, that sounds fine. Okay, so if they have rouge, blue, or hard, they get the palette. And they take more damage from ring faction. And then inflict more of this if I resonate. Okay. Okay. Oh, hey, that's favorited now. I'll take it. Ouch. I just lost the clash. God dang it, you guys. Jesus Christ! Did you just beat them up to death?
눈치채시면 바로 말씀하시지 마시고 끝나고 종이에 적어주세요.
관리자가 째깍대는 소리도 잘 녹음해두게. 상황별로 파형을 분석해봐야겠어.
Yeah, let me just do it like this then. Oh, I should have read what the enemies do. They're just minions though. Okay, this one should die.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
Yeah, that one's dead.
알리사가 가능도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던
Okay.
실험들이라 산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던
That should be
비정상값과
fine.
다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Okay, this should be fine. After this, I'll read what they do. Bro, seriously? Okay, that one's dead.
수치 좋네요.
Okay, they're almost dead.
예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
Do they have anything like...
지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서
Okay.
나가는 것도 이상할 테지.
Okay, the more the mold color I have, the stronger they will be. And they give me bleed. I mean, I could just win right this. No, I think that's kind of overkill. Yep.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하거든요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Oh. Okay, I guess that worked.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히
It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all by the end of the day, SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why sort of act like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's wah. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfair does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This by all measures counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at this device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Foffists won't be able to cross over anymore with that door completely locked down, right? That cannot be assessed with certainty. Are you saying more might come? Corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Foffists beasts have endured a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination point. Alan clarified what Ryosha was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Fulvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel of the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? He also lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. It was seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw that sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryosha was talking about the scabbard. Ryosha gazed lingered at the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing that scabbard brought back some memories of Raya? Ryosha, do you... Is it an SS? What the frick do you mean an SS? Shaky sword? I don't know. A demon edge, an enchanted blade. Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Now it's the sentient sword. Okay, sentient sword. This presents a final opportunity to conduct another experimentation of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, team leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The text is now damaged some devices, so we're gonna have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Okay. Is the next part story then? I wonder how long this is.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는
Yeah,
순간에는
it's story.
생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Hohenheim brought us what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screen, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Fire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena. An example, research subjects such as a special analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11th sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and the groups of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged them off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tugged along, either to watch the show or to kill some time while they took a breather afterward. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, an analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the motion of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryosho. Expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryosho and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Canon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Berg, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would have preferred you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen, super silky mode engaged. Not talking for half an A. Deploying super fast bear candy. Beep beep. Mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Canon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off the Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so you don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too. Berg, kick his ass. Rodion. Rodion Romanovich? Is this the first time we've seen, like, her full name? I'm aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacks expense, and now you're raiding the LCU's supplies as well. Chill, that's only been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this. Gotta get. The lines on Versus' brow looked deeper than usual today. hoping to help him out of his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity. I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals. The manager and Sinclair. Wait. Oh, I guess they were knocked out last time. I was trying to think, weren't there more people with us? But yeah, I guess they were knocked out. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomena, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sailors can actually see the sign. The same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. No, like... Yeah, I think they're talking about the sign itself. Because they did, like... Adult Sinclair did talk to Faust and Ishmael. So it's the sign itself. No, now that I think about it, yeah, I guess Dante can see the sign. But the question is it because Dante is linked to Sinclair? So since Sinclair has the mark, he can also see the marks? Or does Dante also secretly had a mark? The same would go for the researchers even... okay, I already read this. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicates no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individual bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future cell and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? Let's just step in and put an end to this subject before Rodia gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ismail and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said its sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story, those could be it. But like, those layers of light rings, a lot of different people can do it. I know we've seen them before. The Sanson one I can understand, but not the... they might explain it right now. Like, even Virgil over here can do it. That does seem possible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussions of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of all speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be a necessary response at the present. This is, at best, grounded in superstition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the facets left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign being, maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? I think I don't know it. The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those singularities of our relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought that was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought that I tried going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't even have thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the bear, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electric stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened. Or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memory of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back actually. God said they only exist in my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I have carried them in the first place? Which come first? A paradox, it would seem. In such case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among the many possible futures. Yeah, the barrel fly effect. So, like... Well, we know about Mirror World, so... We've known, like... that Sinclair came from a different timeline. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains, more fleeting than dust, to the minutes to ever reverse their course and trace their path to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a possible interpretation. Here we go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future self still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps you can still pull off some of those tricks back then. Tricks from back then? How did you kick off proper out there? Even pull out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mang technique, that quite effortlessly too. Hey there! Oh, I just noticed something. It's fine, I'm not gonna change the tile. How are ya? What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I, like, wrote the title wrong. But hi there, how are ya? As you can see, I'm doing this part of the event. I was gonna do it when it came out, but a few things came up, so I had to delay it until now. Ahoy! Okay. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes, yeah, real tough one is part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? Don't know. Could be a secret ring thing they pass down their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader, that lay hang prick, and the nurse fires we fought. The whole lot of them a finger. Ain't they? The notion seems to unravel. For even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Verzilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, huh? Is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Verzilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sincerity understanding of Shin, but I claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique may manifest it. How to tips really spread through heresy. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up power farm with the shiny mag wrapped around the weapon. God dang it. Yeah, the words you're making me say. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be preview to seeing such a marvel in the video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape on the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Huh? Alas, for many a week have I been stranding from Mayfi, giving me a chance to not read not only a prior chronicle but the latest one as well. Woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis got into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the metal of Shin grants its user a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthetics and augmentation. And depending on how it's used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? What did you try to type? I didn't even see on my feed. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brow was visibly twitched the moment the Yellow Harpoon left Verzilius' lips. I still don't like Yellow Harpoon. I prefer like Yellow Sting or something like that. Why is it Harpoon? Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon, Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow straps on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? I mean, it makes sense to be Yellow Stinger, considering that Vespa is like, it's a different, like, it's a way to say wasp in another language. Yeah, I was like, it's not bee, it's wasp. So Yellow Stinger makes more sense than freaking Yellow Harpoon. If I were to exaggerate, even Synergy saying spree contract self could manage to learn it. Wow. Shots fired. Wow. That's so mean. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get you. Even so, it must be a mistake to assume its a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by the contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on a particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Same that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Hira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the mill Nussfarer didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without any stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably never once reflected upon his own sins. Piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's response always comes back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Hira must have noticed too, or perhaps he simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable, because the manager and the Cinder treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Vasilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers. And left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryosu returned. Still not part of the first part? To present the conclusion first. No, the notion of the sword being sentient is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not even a sentient sword, huh? Yasu's Grand Prix dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has his own will, does that mean that the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence of the question is not that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked where it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of a theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. Oh, but we may have uncovered a thread, something that will lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. Far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis of the scar itself will be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next study. He should still be in the Ring North Father's headquarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scare and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversations. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But by going by the way their forks had stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they've been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Alright, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't in with us earlier. Past Don Quixote Ryoshu and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. We're talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just be safe. One of the back doors we went into led straight into the Rings corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff shut up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone that you're concerned about the perils of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. Oh, this is you of all people, huh? To have an indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just kneel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. I better stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it's found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that's your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Yeah, we're relying a little bit too much on Malkov's power right now. I mean, it makes sense in, like... Only now it's... So, this is 1, so 10, 15... Should be around 15 stages? Question mark? Oh, right. Support... I mean, I could level up Rodion and bring Mersault along. How many materials do I have?
우리 쉔크 동부지부는 야근은 지향하는 주의라서 말일세.
I have the ID uptime. The problem is the XP tickets. And I still have this.
무릇 결투란
Wait.
백주 대낮의 구경?
I still haven't used that. What should I use it on? I could use it on Ryoshu.
아, 우리 쉔크 동부지부는
Completely
야간
forgot I still had that.
지향하는 주의라서 말일세. 보통 밤에 일어나는 일은 우리보다 적합한 협회가 있지 않겠는가? 무릇 결투란
겨-
백주
I'll just
대낮의
use it on
인상
Rodion,
있는 곳에서 치름이 바르지.
and then I'll bring him along a Mersault that someone worked on. Either Mersault, Honglo, whoever. I'm gonna skip this because it might be... Oh, too late now. Can I already hard enough here? I'm gonna skip this because it might be spoilers. Here, I'll show you what I've been hoarding already. So here, see all of these fulls? I'm a hoarder, so... And not to count, like, not counting the extraction tickets as well. I have all these boxes as well. And I still have these too. I guess I can use it for getting either Rodion or Ricardo. For me to get more things for the event. Like, I wanted to save one of these ID up ties for Ryosu whenever she gets her story ID. And then I'll probably use this one on someone else. So... I don't have enough tickets, so I... Nope. Okay, let me just... I have 127. Wait, no. I feel like 10 is too much, no? That's gonna cut my thing in half, so like 5. Yeah, 5 should be good enough.
잘 봐 멍청이들. 검술이란 이런 거야.
You're talking about Ryoshu
그 동부지부는
getting the story ID?
야간은 지향하는 주의라서 말일세. 보통 밤에
I know it's gonna be long, but like... Not like I need to waste these on anything else. Oh, you're talking about the battle itself. I have a bunch of things, so it doesn't really matter. And thanks for the warning, though. It's fine. I have 97 modules, and I have 40 boxes. Not to mention the boxes that I can get from here and here still. Okay, so the IDs you have, they're good enough. No, I have this one equipped. I might as well just uptie it as well. It increases the healing received. Yeah, that's fine. Just tier 3 at least. I don't need... It's base power. What's with the base power normally? 6. It's not that different. It does increase the maximum heals. I'll leave it for now. Normally with Rodion for healing I use first one, so... It's just I use this one specifically because it's a bleed team. I could uptie... Well, I don't really need to, but... Sanguine Desire, I like this one. I can increase the coin power even more, huh? I don't need to right now, but it's good to keep that in mind. Okay, so continue onwards with this stages. Okay. So instead of Mersault, let me see if someone else has the Mersault work done. No. Can I get... Did I waste that then? Yeah, no one likes that new Mersault. Huh. I guess I can go for the Honglu. The House of Spiders. But then I would have to kick someone from the team for now. Who else is there? There's Faust Albina as well. Which one do I want to bring along? Yeah, let me just check one last time, just in case. Yeah, no. I'll bring along Hongles then. Which one's better? I'm guessing this one's better, considering that they have the thing fully uptied. I don't know how he works, though. Oh, no, Adric's gonna start soon. So if I'm gonna bring him along, I should probably just switch this around.
전시 중 소재가 준비됐어?
네,
드디어 내 차례냐?
Wait, no. I'll
드디어 내
leave
차례냐?
Heathcliff.
내가 움직여야 하나?
Just because I don't want Ish to die just yet. And then, like, I mean, can bring this Ryoshu, but she's not that good.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
I should have probably read Honglu's kit, though. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We shifted through and isolated the door with the highest probability of leading into the Rings Gallery. Next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. Okay, Adric's currently going. You know what? I'll take this time to BRB really quickly. I should be back once the Adric's done. So... I'll be right back. Okay, our break's done, and I'm also back, so I can just continue. Okay. Wait, let me just make sure. Yeah. Okay, hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates, doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with the bandage wrapped around the handle. Pappa'd go in there to cross out vengeances, but from what the book said, it was probably a turf protected by the farm subsidiary or something. And like earlier, when she offered all the fake snippets, even about just a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than I anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughened her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Honest. Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest stores first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Let's start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryosu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another door that stood a few steps away. This door feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryosu stopped speaking when a fragment of memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Areya? I still don't know. Yeah. Let me just check something really quickly. Don't mind me. If this wants to load, that is. It does not want to load. Thanks. Finally. Araya? Is it pronounced Araya? I'm trying to see how to pronounce it. It feels weird to me, but I guess it is. Araya. Sure. Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah. Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the air sinners. In this place is, judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within the nest, most likely a park. Every sod walk in here, dragging some animal along, means they got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. They walked the past Ryosu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I fudged their memories I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Sado? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Sarah was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, why isn't she getting any better? Give her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop that always visits, and the doors they're connected to a park. We can go right now. No, don't show me the dog. Ryosu shall remember he's burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid. Really, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryosu. Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. I'm guess GG, not good game, definitely. Get going? Probably get going. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the visions of Ryosu's past. This time though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys running out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryosu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound that companion of old, young Ryosu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash, looking back, it might have been kind of fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was... it was like the weapon. Yeah. Something he called a beast-bone blade. A tento that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Oh, that's even crueler. What the heck? You know way. I always knew there was something creepy with that robo-unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That Tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, a right nerd, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornment, and they stared at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking in fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking, after healing all that, why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you don't want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like I haven't really checked out the ring artworks outside of Albina and Nurse Fathers. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all of that. But yeah, that stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suit my taste. They'll find us appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he felt to stick to his own advice. But there's something he'd always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. That uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how does one end up getting that used to that sort of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're no artist. Got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks cause night terrors and nightmares for... The scabbard moved, and Ryosu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was one strange liveliness to it. I saw it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of the ring stuff back in your day. I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryosu back. He stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying that he needed practice, so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy, what's wrong? Over there. But I told you to keep your exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt the installation of art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. There is Yoshihide. Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring a taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to your room. I was hugging something in my arms. Oh, it was crying. Sorrow? No, too big to be sorrow. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryosu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see, this hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptying begin to entangle with Ryosu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave, it seemed to somehow to show how pleased he was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we end up settled Ryosu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we done... What the... How'd they get in here? Sarokira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were howling, what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Didn't thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, their back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring North's father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move on as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Roboank was washed. He's got so many fine boys and fine girls here. His artwork possess value in of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of depth effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name and on the description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they'll likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay considering the ring's reputation. That is right, better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's reply this time, but it should be fine. Weird.
여러분이
Okay.
이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로
Hongos, how do you work?
관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금해했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에
Hmm.
여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
Okay, so basically shards with complex ingredients. And then use this one to get the thing back. Okay, for now, let me just do this. Jesus Christ. I mean, I won still, but that was pretty bad.
신임 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 디필링 모두 외워야 할 관리법과
짜증나게.
Kidding it, this thing lost that.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
전투 테스트가 너무 많지 않냐고요? 그건
전달받은 문서를 통해 분석한 결과 자네들의 관심사가 거울 던전이라는 결론을 내렸기 때문이라네. 전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
저희가 야근이라는 말을
What?
못한다고.
Good? No, no. Good, good. That's, I actually won that. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
짜증나게.
I freaking got it. Come on. Oh my god. You sang. What was that?
남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
꿰뚫려라.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로
Okay,
전송해줄게.
so I'll try. Well, there's not really much point in doing that.
못 쳐주게.
Ah, must have lost that.
짜증나게.
Okay, come on, Kira. Beat his ass.
개체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요?
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
Change that to dominating, but leave those. Guess I'll just guard with these things. That's also gonna kill some SP. Oh. Come on, Kira.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Good job.
저 괜찮은 오래 버티진 못하겠군요.
Don't worry about it being ideal. As long as if it works, it works.
당연한 결과일 테지.
Like, as long as he doesn't die, I'm fine with it.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던
Okay, I should probably do that before he gets, like...
양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Sure, I'll just do it like this.
아류산 초평열 80 갈라지고 꿰뚫려라.
Ah, it's so close. Okay. Come on, Marcel. You wanna... Yeah, you got the AoE off. Give me all your bloods.
움직임이
Yeah,
좋네요.
healed all the way back up.
전투감과 바뀌니까요.
수감자 본연의 기량이 돌아왔거나 관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸 명령일지도 모르지.
이건 기록해뒀다가 분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요.
목이 피었잖아.
The way that Heathcliff uses that sword, it looks like he swings it around like a bat. Oh, that's a bit overkill, don't you think, Kira?
알리사가 감도를 93%
Yeah, there's only one left.
끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다
뭐 찾냐?
산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상값과 다르게 이건
And he's
쓸수
staggered.
있겠어.
Yeah, he's
양질의
done so.
데이터를
Oh, hey there, sorry. Gonna hydrate.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
How are you, sorry? It's... The numbers do go bar. Okay. I mean... Sounds rough. Hey, at least you got 8 hours of sleep this time. Not your usual, like, 4 hours. When's it gonna be, like, your lunch break and whatnot? Or did you already have your lunch break? About right now. Okay, gotcha. How long is it? Like 1 hour? Okay, yeah. About what I expected. Well, have a good nummy noms then. Okay. I mean, it's not that late compared. Like, I've had times where I had to delay my eating hour for like hours, literally. I think the last time. I'm trying to think. What was the most I've delayed it for? Well, it wasn't my fault, but. I think I had to delay it for like 3, or was it 4 hours? I think it was 3 hours. Okay, that's good. Good luck for the weekend, though. Okay, but like, you're already gonna work a lot. I don't think you should put more, like, work on your plate. Like, isn't next month gonna be a mess for you? mean, yeah, but still, when are you gonna rest then? Like, I've worked 2 jobs at the same time, and like, I don't want to do that again. The way you're talking about your schedule, it sounds like you don't have any free days. Cutting it, sorry. And then you complain about Alan, huh? Alan behavior. Yeah, so twice as much. Well, more than twice as much, but like it's rough. And you know, sorry, take care of yourself. That's all I'm gonna say. There's no point in me telling you to rest or whatnot. Yes and no. Like, yeah, it has to reach a point where, like, you have to learn to say no, or else you're gonna just burn out completely. I mean, like, when I'm actually working, it's not too bad, but like, after I get off work, I'm like dead tired, so I've had to do like extra time for my job and whatnot. And every time that happens, I'm like, I don't want to do this again, but I know I have to because we're short on people. Okay, but like I at least had days off, and like a certain someone that decides to work on their days off as well. Well, I had one per week. Yeah, that sounds rough. Okay, let me just continue reading before I get derailed anymore. With this, the last of the Ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryosu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other Ring members were in sight. Yeah, you are. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave, had more of those sods legging it from the back like they were looking somewhere else? Sorry, I don't think... You're speaking a lot like Alan right now. I don't think... Go talk to Alan and say that. And Alan will agree with you. Okay. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the Milner's father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned task there here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their loci? Your cooperation will be much appreciated. Also, I think Alan also kind of works to distract himself, considering what's happening right now as well. I'm not saying he doesn't like to work. Yeah. Like, he also likes to work, but I think right now he's doing it to distract himself. But oh well, I'm neither you nor Alan's like dad, so you guys have to learn to take care of yourselves. I can't do much. I can't go over the screen and just strangle you guys. I probably am. Okay, Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it and she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie. But I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as home, and my memories of it are all fragmented at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps he wanted to comfort Ryosho in the only way it could. Accompanied by its tremors, we began our move towards the corridor of the mill. Are we going through every corridor? Probably. Any second now. Why? Okay, the
행진을 멈추지 마라.
game is loading.
이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈
It's here. It's another fighting one.
저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
Okay. You know what? Just to be different, I'll go with Albina this time. Is this a good one? That's kind of a meh one, to be honest. This one doesn't even have anything. God dang it. I might just go back to Hongles. Yeah, these Albinas are all like pretty badly built. I'll just go back to Hongles. Oh. Ah, okay, here's a good Albina. She also has the first image too. Or should I just... I'll keep it out of Hongles. I don't want to change this. Like, I'd have to change the support thing all over again. And the Chromer Faust is pretty good to heal SP. The heck, they swept everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I spy feather half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridge. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty place was left where the television and a family couch set used to be. Oh, those? I see researchers hauled them away. From the sounds of it, they were gonna set them up in their staff lounge. Okay, I guess that works. As for the lair and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Others seem not to notice. Others seem to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she poked spoke with a faint nonchalance. Who knows? Maybe with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'll become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors here, made of paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp. Back streets where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kiros and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thanks for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this ain't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shitty like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current Double Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pre-planning to keep the secure path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that they were also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter the door to the new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smell and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. It's a door Papa used to walk through all the time. Followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. Well, one of my clock ends. This one connects to somewhere in the general lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, it's that place in it. That Portland ship that has a Salon de Moelleux, the private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder as though the sheer weight behind his words terrify him. Oof. Does it signify then that we shall finally be an audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo was luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band have severely outweighed the crime. Wouldn't thou agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupon to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? I guess so, Vent. Bugger it. Ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, can I use them? We were regulars at the Molu place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the mill fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads. Matthias gave you that anesthetic BC bowl cut. The heck's a BC bowl cut? Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryosu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Picking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the singers had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryosu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, executive manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, those toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. She is rage baiting. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit though. I know out of the conflict within D. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into. To really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that these words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he never understood the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of thy man? That... I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I've never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm going to school, Dad. That video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryosu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. Couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryosu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed mended when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I'll resist you into an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring Academy. You sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that? For since it'd be an academy, not a school. Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ryosu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then after a brief moment, she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. What? Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matai. Dad, how do I go to school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish let alone need to go to such an institution when we nursefarers are here to provide you with all the allocation you need. We would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nests formulaic education system. But, Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true there are qualities that can be learned only through the group... erudition... That's correct. That engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to Academy as part of my education curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. And the artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspectives on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose. All the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. With the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why you were even learning about corporist stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what's the point of this log. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about the cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. But are you mad because Daddy is a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder all that stuff he just says. Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. Didn't have any special reverence or attachments to family like Matthias did either. It's just that what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb stuff about class and stuff, so I smack them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I put them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? That'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat them into them. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the mill doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Jesus Christ! Huh? There you are, Yoshida. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the Ringbasters' tricky maze. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniffling brats here. Well, as for the crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructor, well, anyone would agree that they did a sorry job for keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant of the Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't got much of use for what sits on their shoulders, huh? How do you like it, buddy? Pep is the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Don't be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I've eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserk like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did at the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he always cuts on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't even remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most important thing to me in the world. The skybird, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the skybird with a gentle, reassuring hand. The skybird that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was specifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Raya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt that this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. The ring of all people, huh? Huh, yeah. I didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He even sent you to academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf. Oh. Hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman built by my pillow as a gift. Just made of heads. Heads? Yes, the capital heads from the incident at the academy. Threaded together into a sculpture. Looking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gotta get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there, those blokes are walking out of the salon. Office, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the ring sort movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Office skill. However, various evidence such as their masks and their fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention. Just as that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where we are? You're smack dab in the middle of protected turf. As a scene, and the brothers and sisters of the mill will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings and wanted attention. We certainly don't want the mill coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a GI. Genius idea? Good idea? Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, this could be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. Okay, I guess I'll stop here. I was trying to see if I could like continue before this, but right. I think this is gonna be a long stream for how long this is taking. Okay. Have to wait for 3 minutes. It's been interesting, but again, I feel like the events have been, well, not just events, story in general has been getting longer and longer with each like chapter. Part of me understands that the other part is like, I wish it was short, because I tried to finish it in one stream. Okay, 1 minute and a half. I'm gonna finish like 2 sentences and it's gonna be fighting, isn't it? Helen's gonna be so confused whenever we just pop out and there's just a bunch of middle people just following us. Well, not middle, ring. So like, we finished this one, so we need 3 more areas, I guess. So it's the index, the pinky, and the thumb. Okay. Almost done. It's just 15 more seconds. Okay. Outbreak's done. I can continue. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door, long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrations from the ring. This location, you say? Wait, the door leads to a zone under the Syndicate or a Wing's protection, doesn't it? We're already at fine here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Fofas began rushing through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing, but well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. This happened not even like a radio call or anything like that.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도
I can
다
do,
읽었죠.
yes, I can.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은
Come on.
몇 없거든요.
Good. Go, my furry.
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하거든요.
No, come on.
관리자가
Okay, good.
상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Who got the SP? Was it Dawn? It might have been Dawn. She is the first one in line.
신인 연구원들도 분들처럼만 해주시면
Where is Dawn?
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒤틀린 모두
Yeah, it was Dawn.
외워야 할 관리법과 내성 하나 많잖아요.
Neutral, neutral, dominating, dominating. Let's just do this. And hope for the best. No! Good. No!
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro, seriously? I get judged by Kira every time I lose a clash.
꿰뚫려라.
Okay, that one's staggered, which is good.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 목이 피었잖아.
Ah, so close.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면
Dominating.
이제 행동불능에
Oh no,
빠진
that turned into favorite.
적극적으로
I'll take that.
노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가
그 지표는 3개월 전
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고
Come on, Don. Okay, good. Ouch. Heathcliff lost that, even though it was favorited.
엎드리도록.
Okay, that wasn't enough. Okay, that one's dead.
객체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요.
기록해뒀다가
Sure. I'll just go for this. Why not? I'll go for... Yeah, this is good. Should be good enough.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
Okay, that one's dead.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해줄게.
꿰뚫려라.
Still impale. Okay, good. Good. And good. I have to check what triggers her second form, because I haven't triggered it yet. Oh, as I was speaking of.
알리스가 감도를 93%
What triggered it?
올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건
It's probably part of her passives.
데이터를 얻었군.
Yeah. Okay, gain the mask if any of these conditions. So, yeah, I did a condition over there, I guess. That's fine. That's...
썰거지는 잘라낸다.
Okay. I think it was enough to kill. Oh, Jesus Christ, Rodion.
엎드리도록.
Okay, that one's almost dead.
알리사가
Okay, as you can just win right now.
실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
I doubt they can fight back. There's only 3 of them.
양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
꿰뚫려라.
Okay, yep, that's dead. Oh, that's gonna be a Mersault nuke. Yep, one of them's dead. The other one's dead.
움직임이 좋네요.
Okay, they're all dead.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Oh my freaking god, there's some...
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈.
Okay, and that about wraps up the Mills corridor. Thanks to you folks, managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. Really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. Still thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Pumps corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in this basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. At that, in the Pumps corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the FUM members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valencia's city scrap papers. She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Huh. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. He found one of her backup tickets hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over there, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, as though he didn't register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Sarah back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the Cecil's personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayford Company employees were huddled around, he decided to help follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of the way so I can see. It's a detective and some stubby guy I don't know. And that annoyingly hairy dude. Sounds like Moses Gregor and Honglu, respectively. Greg's back! Look! Yippee! The trio's conversations grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Find us a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the first time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We were right where it happened, but you're unstable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring right in my face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds like hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's the chance to learn more about him. He's showing such a IS about him. What the heck is IS? What? It is me. I do be Dante. How are you, Pixel? Everything okay with you? I am fine. Just... Are you happy, Pixel? I know this is gonna be a long stream for sure. Like, I'm not even halfway through the story. And does everyone win? I don't think I'm gonna win all that much, but sure. And I don't know if Sordy's like back to work or not. Probably not. I think Sordy's just doing something else because they were on their lunch break. But I don't think Sordy's also winning. Oh yeah, feel free to bop Sordy on the head. They're behaving like Alan right now. Whenever Sordy's back, ask them about it. Okay. What the heck is IS? Pixel, can you translate Ryosho for me? What would IS stand for? Such an IS information? No. IS. I have no clue. Is anyone gonna translate for me in game? No, nobody translated. I have no clue what the... Okay, Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryosho's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Ignorant sucker. I don't think it's either of those things. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oda stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's get listening then. Moses was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over, it never was, and it can never be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But kill my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began spiraling into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop this transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, 10,000s of innocent people, you'll still embrace them. We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid he'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Anglo. We, the best team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said I wasn't an exception, the thought alone made me so hope. Exception, a potential to be harmless, weaker than even the non-combatant like he's saying. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear of mine would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they also happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't live with you. At the end, the rest of us will be facing an endless repeat of peril. God dang it! Pixel, do you know how many cosplays that would be? Especially because they all have like different outfits and whatnot. Here, once I finish reading this, I'll show you like what every guy has. And not counting the NPCs, because I'm pretty sure you'd also say for me to cosplay some NPCs. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as your Songlo. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valentina. That piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor? You're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you've come to pause to spare a look towards the path you've had walked. All those years I let slip by, all that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing in common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying. And the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Erza, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard, dear Phil? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Ah well, I would have tried to share this with Marisha, but then the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Please make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. Word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just set up a scary lady like that? So she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that, and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a second, I thought he's totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen them long enough without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even the slightest deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? But bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before you see they even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question towards you, Cinerio. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which one of these doors the Nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the doors he used the most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes, I do remember. I don't even need Quack's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you? Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatment on the ready to pass me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been years in the smoke war. Yeah. Fighting the war took a lot of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still in the neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, they are a neck beast in last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the concierge of the FUM visited the House of Spiders as a tutor, and that's when she went right back to drinking herself into shit-faced stupor day after day. The biddings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentina on the winning side? Or what a hero at that? Ever heard of the regulations that prevent Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean... doesn't that backdoor drop us into the trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. With me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of this sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that the others say, no matter how closely they echo in the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestions may be blunt, it's one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. He gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our C-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's a nice to have a place to go back to. Alright, happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... Okay. Is it? Yeah, it's a fighting stage. So I'm almost done with the second part. But hey. Pixel, are you still there or did you fall asleep? Just the Pixel EP. The Ipster. Look, it's not the first time this happens. Okay, yeah. See all of this? That's just for one character. Then there's Mersault, for example. Wait, I can do all. This way I'll show. Like, see? Then there's these ones for Mersault. These ones for Heathcliff. Here, this one I showed you. I'll show you on the other side. There's these ones for Greg. No, dang it. This one's for Sinclair. And this one's for Hongles. Here, I'll show you the freaking... This one. Why this one in specific? Okay. Back to the fight. Yeah, totally no reason. Oh, support. Go Hongles, change to House of Spiders. I haven't. Oh, it has to be Greg. Okay, Gregor has to be specifically the one I use. Okay, that's the Hongles I need to use. So let me just. Well, I guess instead of Heathcliff, Greg can be here. Well, no. And now Heathcliff, then Ismail,
움직여야 하나? 검은 갈아뒀다.
then Ryoshu. Okay, this should be good enough.
이거 참 설레는구려.
I mean, I do like Don Quixote. I'll show her whenever she pops out again. Okay, this place. Yeah, it's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we're about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before the Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall, if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clicking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're bothered to people. Yeah, I wish I could do this, but I cannot. Gregor grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd skitter right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about that post-war veteran special employee. Right. But I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten a job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager? Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave meeting room open for. Not a new job, huh? I see you've got the new employee card right there. So how have you been doing? Me, same old, same old. Well, enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found a new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope we got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say, huh? Moving on. I hope nobody's haunting you with the vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. None of that there. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, but how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His shit misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employee fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partner project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? I thought he's the president of his family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. Oh. Pixel. Why are you over there now? You duplicated Pixel. I thought might as well, Like, I'm already streaming, so... And setting up the stream for both ends isn't that difficult. The program isn't the best, but like, out of the options I had, that's... The one I have was the better choice for me. Didn't want to, like, do like Alan and have... what's it called? Restream? I think it's called that. And if you separate chats, it's a lot harder to do like multi-stream. Well, you have to do it a different way. If you keep chats together, it's a lot easier. Yeah, they do. Like, for example, if I lose internet for a few seconds, the YouTube stream goes down and I have to manually put it back up. It's really annoying when that happens. Yeah, they could. But, like, I don't know. I don't see them changing anything. Well, I don't see them changing anything for the bear. I have to be specific. I could see them changing a lot of things for the worse, to be honest. But what can you do about it? Okay, back to reading. If there's anything I learned here, is that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreet kid like yourself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like this before, yeah. Yeah. Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of your customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Huh? That's a pretty unique prosthetic you got there. No worries, but it seems you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, yeah? Let's go and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not cursed to relieve the pain and suffer in it. Both Ers and I, we're both still trying to free the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memories that the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manage your bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor will always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still live on, just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded in beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy grey seemed to give way, just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun appearing through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even the little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapons drawn. Wait, I don't think she'd ever even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by Alan. By the Alan figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I say then. Oh man, it's those asshats again. Weird, the corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more of this pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring Nussfather's corridor. Well, we can just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Murder.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
Gregor doesn't have any buffs on this fight. Kind of a shame, but it's fine. Go, my furry.
피 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
I do like the way she looked, but I also like the other ID she has.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던
Okay.
산출값이 좋네요. LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과
We just do it like this.
양질의 데이터를 얻었고.
이제 한 사람의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
저 개차는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격.
Go, Rodion, go. No, Greg. No, Greg. No, Greg. What was that? Ouch. Ouch.
이 정도쯤은
알리사가 감도를 93%까지
내가
끌어올렸던
어머니보다
실험
Okay,
데이터보다
she's transforming.
좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Oh, that's hopeless. I'll just defend with him then. Oh my... No! Don, what was that?
만찬에 집중해.
Ouch, that was pretty bad.
미치겠네요. 예상한 것보다 피해가 커지는데요.
질소음 과정에 실수가 있었던 것 같습니다.
바이올렛 브레이크스.
Okay, she killed someone. I mean, that's good and all, but like... Oh, another person died.
원인이 뭘까요?
Okay, she revived, but she's not in good shape right now. She's desperately...
생각지 못한 변수가 있어.
She
대체로
is
이런
in
경우는
desperate
여러
shape
요인이
right now.
복합적으로 작용하는 것이지.
Okay, you can do that.
관리자도 신경 쓰지 않겠나.
And you can do that, I guess. Come on. Don't die from bleed, please. Oh god, she has one health. Okay, I healed back up at least.
저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 디테일
아이씨,
모두
짜증나게.
외워야 할 관리법과 비슷한 그건 맞잖아요.
Oh god, she's surviving with a sliver of health. I can't believe she's actually surviving right now.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
I'll go for this, I guess. And you go for that. Do I have anything to heal her? Technically, yes, but it's not that good. I'm just gonna let it be. She can probably just heal herself.
움직임이 좋네요. 추출된 인격의 전투감 같은가요?
수감자 본연의 기량이 돌아왔구나. 관리자의 지휘가 이끌어낸 명령일지도 모르지.
이건
Hey, Don, you can do it.
분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요.
산소류 경혈 온 라샹.
Okay, 20. 20. Okay, she healed back up good. She was in a desperate need of healing.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, is she gonna enter furry mode now? Good, Greg. Good. Okay, Greg's fine. No, still not
감도를
furry mode.
93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터.
Okay, I can probably do that. Well, they're gonna die now, so it doesn't really matter what I do. Yep,
이번으로
there they go.
언제 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지휘가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Okay, is there gonna be more reading, or is it gonna finish and give me to the next part? Is it gonna do anything? Okay, thank you.
목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Can I get this more?
우리가 이룰 수 있는
Okay, I don't need to use
유일한
Gregor anymore, do I? Oops, wait. I meant to press the clear selection, not that clear.
따라가겠어요.
I should have read the warning. That was on me. No, I want that, and where's here? There it is. That was on me. I remember sort of what I picked. This is fine, and this is fine. Done. It's this one. This one definitely. I guess this one works. And Tef. Sure, wishing well. Yeah, sure. I can just click on the side. I don't know why I'm doing this like this. Sure, that works. Oh. Looks like this. Okay, more salty. Go for this. Regret, definitely. And pursuant with the IDs being this one. Bongles. I was using the Kurokuma clan, but there's spare ones. Either way, let me just equip you with stuff. So, Dimension Shredder, sure. And Cavalier's Warning, sure, why not? Heathcliff, you have Kurokuma. Wow, yeah, and yeah. Oh, and Cian. Fishmail. I haven't used this one, actually. This one is sinking, okay. I'll go for this, why not? Rodion, you definitely. You and Tef, I guess this one. Skincare. You and Tef. Or maybe Harmony would be rare. Yeah, I'll go for Harmony. It's not like I'm gonna use it. Let me just, before I forget to change their IDs. And Outbreak's gonna start in about 3 minutes. Okay, I can go for that. I can go for this wow, definitely. This one. Now he. Holiday. What do you do with Holiday? I mean, positive effects. Like what? I don't have that many positive effects on you. I have negative effects that I can put, but not positive ones. So I guess you can go for Ebony. And now Gregor. What is this one? Technically it's bleed, but I don't want to work on that for now. Sure, and sure. That works. Well, I'll go for that. And you change to this. Okay, let's do this again. So, you first, you second, you third, you fourth.
준비됐어?
Wait, no, not you fourth. Hongles, go here. Select this. Can I? Give me a better Hongles. There's definitely a better Hongles. Come on. Better Hongles. It's this one. Well, technically there's even better one than that one, but this is good enough. So Hongles
완벽하다. 소재가
is saying
준비됐어?
드디어 내 차례.
내가
왜?
움직여야 하나?
aren't they bringing along?
드디어
내가 움직여야 하나?
원하신다면
왕의 행진이다.
Yep, there's more reading. Once we dealt with the Fuffers who invaded the Fum Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at the destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, it keeps summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be there with you in person. Your summoning occurred at most an ideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks toppled with a bunch of whipped cream. Yep. Okay, Adbric's currently on, so I'll so straight. Freaking me sipped cake. Well, me sipped indent in the cake. So, is that all the sinners, or are we missing any? So there's 5 here. Gregor Hongold. I think it's all of the sinners, no? So Don, Faust, Heathcliff. I feel like I'm missing someone. Ryoshu. Yeah, I knew I was missing someone. Those have been from the start with us. Then we grabbed along Gregor Ongles. Wait, I feel like I'm missing some. Oh, and Otis. Well, Otis was also with. And then the rest of them. Yeah, I think we have all of them now. Okay, 1 more minute. Also, I'm telling you guys now, I'll probably have to leave to eat in the middle of the stream. So keep that in mind. Well, I'm telling you guys while you guys are in an ad break. I don't think you guys will... Not everyone's gonna get that message. Okay, just 10 more seconds. Okay, Albert's done. I can now read. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in the cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignment. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no. That wasn't the mask, dude. There was this other... Is there something you don't remember? Alright, sorry. Alright, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice. Oh, pray tell. Wherefore is that the mill, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and Pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Betray some my recollections, yet I find like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and the Index apprentice are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them into intangible formless. How refreshing to hear the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Are Yashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. Can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner. And she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. God dang it. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've picked some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tiptoe of her cigarette turning into ash. Like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally over the power creeps, Papa's. Theo, there's plenty already. Like, they're talking about the trade-off. Yeah, that's trade-off. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the Index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. TPU? Pretty unlikely. That's pretty unlikely, maybe? Sinclair. Aha! I got it! I actually got it! How I missed you, Sinclair. Oh. Ow, what was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I want... STS? What the frick is STS? I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. Sinclair? I swear this isn't slender or whatever. Look, it poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. So slender. I want stand. No. To slender? I'll slice your legs clean. Well, not slice. What does she say? I think until I can barely walk. I mean, that would also work, but whatever. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Raya? Wait, that voice is now. Sounded a lot like Aria's. Dante, you saw that too, right? You shouldn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. But it doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Dang, you guys blame him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. He then directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozen doors we walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think it leads to a basement. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whatever the masked unc's beeper rang, he walked through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Sights of life. There were people living down here up until a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing this prescript. I've had it with this prescript, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable foods, and the cells were all completely empty except for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete the prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than a simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captures were conditioned, in body and mind, in various ways to match the prescript's lighting. Ugh. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait. That staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The hell are you doing? That... You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbid you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stayed far away from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean prescript. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. But this is right, we're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we wanna get an idea of where this door leads. If Ian has been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some sort of basement is more than enough intel to cross off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Rios' memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Okay, we're fighting indexes now, I guess. Oh, I guess this one is...
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운
Let's
실험
go
정신을 가진
in
사람들은
order.
여기
So
있거든요.
pop that one on the head. Pop this one on the head. That's favorited. I'll take that. All of these are favorited now. Pop that one on the head. Pop that one on the head. And just do... You know what? Instead of doing that, do that. Okay.
점 찍었네.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
꿀을 건드렸겠다. 행진했고 이것이 서독의 피날레다. 왕의 비율을 하사한다.
God, oh god, you sang. Oh my freaking god, that was a lot closer than what I wanted it to be. That was scary. Oh my freaking god, that wasn't enough to stagger them.
이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들
Struggling.
궁금했어요. 요즘
Neutral.
같은 시대에 여러분처럼
Struggling.
이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험
Neutral.
정신을
Oh my
가진
freaking god,
사람들은
Annie?
여기 있거든요.
That's neutral. So you can just go for that, I guess. You can go for... Actually, no. Go for this, this, and then this. It should help. Now all of these are favorited. No, that's struggling. Okay.
퍼레이드와
Oh my freaking god. Oh, that's... Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That should be enough to stagger him. Yeah, it was just enough. Jesus. Oh my... That was dominating.
짜증나게.
Oh, come on. Yeah, me too, Kira.
따뜻한
No, oh my freaking word, Marsalts. Okay, that one's also staggered.
저걸 약화시키는 것도 좋은 방법이지. 나쁘지 않군.
굉장히 잘했다고 말씀하시는 거예요. 팀장님 나름의 칭찬이죠.
Can I... That's favorited. I'll deal with that like that, I guess. That's dominating. Do I have enough for... I have 14. I'll save on that. That's struggling though. That's neutral. Is it actually neutral? Yes, it is neutral. Okay, actually, I should just use these ones.
묻혀지게!
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Okay, that one's dead.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고.
Ah, okay, that one's gonna... Okay, it died. I was gonna say, that one's gonna die next turn. But it died this turn.
한쌍의 상황 볼과 24개의 늑골이차 안에는 티비아의 멜로디가.
Okay, good job, Cliff. That was enough.
목이 비었잖아.
That also staggered them.
저 개체는
예술적.
오래 버티지
무기를 만드는 것만큼
관리자가
내가
상황에
어머니보다
맞는
뛰어나지.
효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
I want to clash with someone. Guess none of you guys can clash. Okay, that should be enough to kill that one. This should be enough to kill one of these. Good. And now I can just do this.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Yep. Okay, good job.
아류산 초평일 80 갈라지도록.
아이씨,
That's-
짜증나네.
Yeah, that one's dead. That one's staggered.
개체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요.
Do you want to attack Mersault?
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
I should probably just not do that. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. Not gonna eat just yet, but soon. Just back one of these, I guess. That's dominating, sure. That's dominating, sure. That's favorited. I'll go for dominating set. Wowza. Wowie zowie.
따스한 피.
Ah, so close to dying. Okay, I'm gonna get more ingredients. Yeah, that one survived with a silver of health. Well, one class in is gonna die, so it doesn't really matter.
뭐 지금까지
Here, I'll even do it
겪어온
with more
사건을
salt.
이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
Okay. You sure, why not? Still can't do much with you. So you're gonna fight Rodion. I'll be right back. Okay, what was I doing? Right, Rodion. Rodion can clash with anyone right now. Well, she could, but that's a bad idea. Sure, why not? This works.
감상은 어떤가요?
I don't have to worry too much about these minions.
마지막으로 남길 말?
산초류 경혈 온 라샹.
Okay, that one's dead, that one's dead. Okay, it's literally just that one alive.
끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다
어디에서도 볼 수 없을
LCA나 LCDA가
I feel bad for it.
값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터
이번으로 몇 번째
One hit
통과죠?
and it just died. I didn't even finish the freaking...
확실히 관리자의 지위가
thing.
동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높.
Okay, what's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of another apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Huey star. Come on, it's not like I want it to be a Huey star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's up there? What's there up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting to yearn for won't raise their head skyward. Am I seeing Raya's memories? Quack, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Oh hey, didn't like take half an hour to read the ending part. But I'm still like 2/3 of the way, that's the problem. Any second now. Thank you.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도.
Okay, second part is done. Just 5 more stages.
그러니
Oh, it's these enemies
갈
again.
것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
What?
우리가 이룰 수
Oh,
있는
because
유일한
Hongles is the wrong
꿈이니까.
Hongles. I was like, why is it giving me that warning? Sure, this one works.
아난드 부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를. 여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부
can
보고서로
just-
전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
Okay, avoid clashing
도대체
with
어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금해했어요. 요즘
with
같은
her, I
시대에
guess.
여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
Okay, you can do that. You can do. Can I get Corpus? Yeah, I'll just do normal.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
Okay.
꿰뚫려라.
That one's staggered. Good.
저 대처는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Another one stag. Oh well, not staggered. Another class 1. Good job, Philip. That was like pretty good. Well. Okay, you won.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
저걸 약화시키는 것도 좋은 방법이지. 나쁘지
Okay, now you wanna go for
굉장히
Hongles.
잘했다고 말씀하시는 거예요.
So I need to stop you from going for Hongles. Um, Okay, that works. And now just need Yiseng. That's favorited. That's dominating. If that's the case, I'll just do this.
전부 쳐주게!
Let's go, Rodion.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
합격장.
피해 산출값이
That's on almost side from that, huh?
벗어났는데요?
특별한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠고. 유사 시간 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
Yep, that one died. Okay, good. Good job, Heathcliff.
목이 피었잖아!
남았어도 임파스터.
외부
Impasto.
요인에 의한 강화지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
Okay, they're going for Hongles again.
고민해보게.
They like going for Hongles, huh? I actually can't stop them from going for Hongles. What I can do is kill one of them. Okay, and I'll just... Oh wait, I actually can stop them from going for Hongles. Okay. This should work. We just... Nope, wrong one. Okay, this should work.
점 찍었네.
I wish I could just, like... price win rate, but against these dudes in specific, it's kind of annoying. Go, Kida, go. Thank you. Pesto.
알리사가 가능도를 93%까지 끌어올렸다.
Next one is
산출값이 좋네요.
autism. Okay.
산출했던 비정상 값과 다르게 이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
I need more charge. Okay, that's dominating. I mean, sure, why not? It doesn't really matter who I go for right now.
떨거진 잘라낸다. 크게 뚫리고.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
That one's dead. Come on, Hongles.
기원을 갖춘
Yep, that one's dead.
제대로 무너져.
유체제약 원료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 좀
They're going for
나쁘지
desync.
않은데요?
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
We just do it like this. That's still just favorited. I'll try getting more sanity on Mersault. Mersault hasn't getting 0 sanity so far. Come on, Mersault. Oh my freaking god, Mersault. You're gonna lose this.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, hey. He did the big scythe, I think.
놀랍지.
실수 아닐까요?
알고 있네. 그래서 놀랍다고 했지. 잘했다고.
Okay, they're almost dead. Who are you clashing with? Does it even matter? They're probably gonna die now.
수 없을 색채로.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비율에 감사한다.
Okay, I guess that worked.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
That wasn't the plan, but it worked.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. God dang it, it's just a freaking Roland sofa. Right? Looks like just any other average family home. Oh man, I need to get clean. I get cleaning up, so sure, but people should have at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. For someone fled from home for a reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is seems beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been turned to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Ian. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound that Ryosu sent. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he came after Ryosu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryosu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryosu's piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded softly, shaking her head. Nope, I don't. Freaking rolling so far. Okay, at least we should be getting to the other place. Like, we're just missing one, right? We're missing the pinky.
세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이
상그리아.
만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
Okay,
보고 있는 것 같네요.
this is says clear the stage. I feel like that's a boss stage. Oh, and I have enough to get more salt.
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경련에 보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결정을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
The problem is like... Oh, let me check what's the new sentences before I continue. No, I didn't mean to click on that. Requesting your most rigorous evaluation. Okay. Okay, I'll continue like this. After thinking about it, I could have just leveled up Mersault and put him on the team. But I don't have enough EXP tickets and whatnot, so... It is something, though.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Maybe on another team later on, but not for now. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while. But we didn't find anything that could help piece Ryosu's memories back together. Great work, now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay, glad we can help. Dante replies they were happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but I want to take a look around here anyway. Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking in the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we've traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small differences between each room that helps them tell apart, but it's kind of difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch fix their clips together, so I thought I'd come and visit. Someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Arayasiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the picky apprentice. I TikToked, but nobody here seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one but me. So, when you said back at the K-Corp that you cooked before, were you talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievable mouth-watering. The scabbard Araya was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryosu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch? Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school. With sausage cuts like octopus and tamagoyaki. Bit too simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? What's that? Didn't you know? There's nothing like school lunchbox rivalry. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and why are you making sausages out of octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this? What's that? Sausage carved into octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I don't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the SD same? Different? Once it goes down the gullet, why is it so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. I don't understand. Okay. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. Ah, got it. That's when you say IDK, mom. SMH. This must have been some of the happiest memories Ryosu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryosu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open that door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, Minister. And Mersault, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments. So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures, they send more than fires to the House of Spiders. Stinks of white dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we just had been standing. Well. Yeah, they're here. Wolf mask? It really is a maestro, Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this really where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Fovius we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed the air of forced civility. Sure you're the right address, lady? Roboank's stuff ain't part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense grace, even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt from that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What is that? The Fathers got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as he is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Yusuhide, the blade is coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a donut of Favism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see a point in hanging out with people in those anesthetic AM animal masks? Yeah. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufus' request with a curt reply. And Araya too rather angry at Dosen's general direction. Then I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my max out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Favism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the FUM, or a big sibling of the mill. Rarely, that make of her a foe who surpasses even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune, even Leihang. That she's anywhere near as strong as Leihang. Our sisters are H-O-H-O-M? What the frick? I don't know. Half or half or half or more. Half or half or more. I like those odds. Half of half or more. Okay. Dude, really? More it has been. Why seek out art that has been after all this time? This decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that is no less than foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. He's recovered from the house were more tools and art. The sort that likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the fertility in which you scoured the walls and the floor as though frenzy beasts had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. You see, they ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remains of that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, and further like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve? These are the subject matters we have led us forth into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such unrelenting spectrum of colors that will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callistos. Never consider my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the Rings arts. Or not, I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce and dominant force that threads the entire scene together. Oh. Oh, thanks for the follow. How are ya? Nightbrick is also gonna start soon. You're redeeming the judge? I'm fine. Just trying to see if I can finish this because I need to eat soon. But I don't think I can finish this before I go to eat, so I'm trying to just finish reading the story. Your blade work too shows much multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you two have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly unique and aesthetic scene. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that sadness hell's beauty. Well, thanks for saying that. The creator of the PNG is currently on the chat right now. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, rough and bound by the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signify, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I want to afford you another long-winded lesson. Resurrected scabbard. Pointillinesis fovis suprematis blood raiters cubus. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard of the commentaries. Well, I did say the creator of the PNC is currently on the set right now. But none of them were to my liking. Your art is overcomplicated, pile of definitions buried under symbols, kicked in passwords of empty shells. You and your art both talk too much. Just like Callistos, keep trying to take from one movement, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is won by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in his absence. Making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, I don't want to upgrade to a 2D model. 3D, well, 2D life model. No, the void is what remains. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy. A state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. Bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain. With a distinct lack of any meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of the Lefebvrism, shall personally welcome you to my critique lesson. Okay. Right now it's time for a fight, but I need to eat now, so I'll have to BRB for 5 to 10 minutes. I'll write it here, so that if I get, like, someone else decides to join in, they don't get surprised by that. So yeah, I'll be right back.
눈치채시면 바로 말씀하시.
Alrighty, I'm back. Let me just remove the pins before I actually, like, do this. And pin. And go on here as well. And pin. Okay. Now, time for this fight. How does this work? Gain 2 protection for every allied fauvism. Gain 2 protection and heal HP. Okay, so basically... I need to kill the students first, from the looks of it. But, let me check. Okay, combat any inflict split vibrante. Apply to... Okay, even if they get staggered, they get recovered. And they get a new pattern at 70% health. Anything else I should know? Not really. So basically target these dudes first. Struggling, that's not good. Let me just do first the skills that I know that I can clash. Well, this isn't too bad clash with. Heathcliff is the one that I'm worried about. Okay, that's still favorited. Favorited. I wanted to attack... Wait, I have an idea. So you... Instead of you saying... Okay, this works. No, come on. Okay, good. Okay, good, done. No. Okay, no. No, okay. This is way closer than what I wanted to be honest.
저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 틀린 외워야 할 권리법과
Okay, that one's staggered. Okay, I was gonna scream.
어중간한 예술은
Ah, come on, he's saying that was not good.
임파스터.
Impasto.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동 불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
Okay,
여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고
okay, let me just continue this for now. Struggling, neutral, struggling. That's not good. Oh. Sure, I'll do it after I end stream. That's neutral. That's favorited. Okay, that works. I'm dominating on one of these. Sure, this one will have to do. Favorited on that. Sure, I can do that. Okay, that works. And now... let me see if I can kill this.
가족을 위해
Okay, that one's dead. Good.
저 개체는
That should have increased the sanity of everyone as well.
관리자가
Hopefully.
상황이 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Ah, close, but no scar.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, good.
합격장.
Okay. No! No! Heave clear! Ouch. Oh my freaking god. Your guys are giving her sanity. That's not good.
임파스터. 이
배치
정도쯤은
제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만
What the
나쁘지
frick
않은데.
is this?
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
Okay. Target fixed, so it's one per sinner. That's struggling. Struggling. That's dominating, okay. Hopeless. It's even worse. Favorited. Favorited and dominating. Okay, out of these two... I guess I'll just have to do it like this. Ouch.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I'm fine. No! If Cliff, not again! Ouch. Oh my fucking god, my body is saying...
여러분은 이때까지
Okay,
겪었던 일을 전부
Dawn
보고서
is activated.
관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금했어요. 요즘 같은
I need
시대에
healing.
여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
You know what? That's... okay, that's favorited, so maybe not. That's favorited as well. No, that's not favorited. That's struggling. Okay, that's dominating. Okay, that's dominating. Now... sure, you can do that, I guess. Mersault, you can do that. And you can just do this, I guess. This should be fine.
찍었네.
따뜻한 피.
Okay, Mersault has the thing, so the AoE will... Or I guess he's not gonna do the AoE.
서곡의 피날레다.
피해 산출 값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
Ah, so close, staggering. Okay, good job, Heathcliff. Get your revenge on the evil lady. Okay, that one might pop from her doing this.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Nope, it did not pop.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이
Okay, this one should...
LCA나 LCD에게서
It might not die, actually.
이건 쓸 수 있겠어. 양질의 데이터를 얻었군.
Okay, I need to kill one of these, I think. Okay, before I do that though, let me just see who I can clash with. That's favorited. Okay, that's dominating. Favorited, favorited. Okay, this... all of these should work well. Okay, that's struggling on all of them. Can I actually... Okay. Even... Guess she's attacking the sim slot. Got it. Gallipop. Not now. Thank you. That works well. Okay, let's try it like this.
아류산 초청열 80 갈라지도록.
움직임이 좋네요. 수출된 인격의 전투감각 덕분인가요? 수단자 본인의 기량이 보였구나.
Okay, another one's dead.
관리자의 지휘가 이끌어낸 영향일지도 모르지.
아이씨,
아치.
짜증나게.
이건 기록해두었다가 분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요.
Another one's dead. I'm completely like murdering all of the other students right now. Well, it's her own fault for using them as meat shields.
알리사가 감도를 93%까지 끌어올렸던 실험 데이터보다 산출값이 좋네요.
LCA나 LCD에게서 산출했던
Okay,
예정
that's
성과와
favorited.
다르게
I mean,
이건 쓸수
dominating.
있겠어. 양질의
This is so
데이터를
plus because she has the she has the palette one. That's so plus. Do you also have the palette one? No, you're just weak. That's neutral. That's dominating. That's dominating. That's dominating. So there's 3 that I can't do anything about. One of them is you. That's dominating, yes. And I guess I can also do this. Why is it... It's shining.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
따스한 피, 스며든 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ouch. Okay, she is getting weaker now, at the very least. Oh, she got staggered.
시간이 되었다.
That's gonna be a waste of egos though.
안녕히.
Or not. Okay, she's turning into a furry now.
관계자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동 불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로
Okay, now
돌보면
what's changed?
아니, 여기를 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가
Take more.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
Okay, not this. Gain fewer protection at the turn start for every type of negative effect on this unit. One class lose +4 for posting groups and gain 2 fragile from this effect instead next turn. Gain 1 defense level for each time this unit is hit. Oh god, there's even like a stronger move it's gonna deal. And it cannot be like... how does one do this? God dang it. She's not... I'm not fast enough for her. I hate it when this happens. Why is this one hopeless compared to the other one? That's weird. And I don't understand why that one specifically is hopeless compared to the other one. Okay, so... This one's for Rodion. That one's for her, but like... Yeah, all 3 of these are going for... Oh, this over here. I can't really do much about that.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Oh, yeah, she's still alive. It's great to hear. Well, she's kind of stuck, but it's good that she's still alive.
짜증나게.
Ouch. I'm fine.
믿지 않아. 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Ouch. And now she's gonna... Ouch. Yeah, I could see that coming a mile away.
내가 공기력되면 애장파.
Okay.
고려해둔 전략이었다면
Rodion also turned into a furry right now.
게 좋을 걸세.
Can class, regardless of speed,
어쩔 수 없지. 테스트가 끝난 뒤에 고통을 호소하는 관리자의
inflict
모습을
less
서로 기록할
stacks,
수 있겠군.
does not trigger. She's just a normal thing, I guess. No more clashing. Pap. Okay, I'm gonna leave that blue one for now. Can't really do much else in regards to that right now. And he's saying that's dominating, so it should be fine. Question mark. I do kind of need healing. What's my healing ones that I have? I have SP healing. I have Rodion with the bear one. I think that's pretty much it.
점 찍었네.
따뜻.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck that was all about. I mean, that was
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시?
like, I know what the heck that was all about. Like, they did mention about the prescript, but like,
아이씨, 짜증나게.
or that, like, this, like, this chapter in general was like messed up. For example, the what happened to our dog? Like, it was even worse than what it showed on the story itself.
하사한다.
Okay, I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine. Ouch. Like, all of them were like messed up, huh? I like how certain like fires, they didn't even have to like show again why they were messed up. It's like, yeah, you know why they're messed up.
수치 좋네요.
Okay, what is?
예상했던 대로
Oh,
무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
뭐 지금까지 겪어온 사건을 고려하면 이런 기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
okay. Do I have anything that's good class with? I mean, well, you don't have perfect sanity right now, but that's good, right? Before that, yeah, that should work, but before that, let me just read. So it does not have Palette Vibrante, I don't think. Who's it on right now? It's undone, okay. On class lose gain paralysis, the not stagger, attack and then discern. So, I mean, oops. You know, let me just grab Yiseng. Don't fail me, Yiseng. I swear to God, if you fail me, I'm gonna distort if you fail me, Yiseng. Should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Come on, Yiseng, don't fail me now.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Okay, Jesus, you almost failed me at the end.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
아이씨,
Ouch.
짜증나게.
Ouch. Ouch. Okay, she's almost dead at least.
예상했던 대로 무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
Ooh, what did you saying? The self.
테스트에서 난항을 겪는 것도 이상할 테지.
He's not in a good. He's not good right now. I'm freaking hopeless right now. She's like really almost dead right now, though. Okay, you and you can go for here. You can go for here, I guess. You can go here. Now these dudes. You have two on you. Can't really do much with you. And that's okay. That's dominating. Should be good.
퍼레이드와 피나
Okay.
따스한 피 스며드는 물
She should be dead now unless he has another form, which I don't want to think about. Okay. Don, are you gonna be able to kill her this turn?
산초류 경을 온 라샹.
That's a good start. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
슬랄 시간.
Come on, Don. Okay, I did it.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
오케이.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Hey. Oh, but the okay.
오랜 목마름.
But the torture basement.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는
아이.
생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
Like,
우리가
to be
이룰
honest,
수
I don't
있는 유일한
remember. Oh, yeah, you're talking about. Like, Reyes is an interesting case because, like, well, I guess he's still mentally ill now that I think about it. It's just that when she got trapped in the vault, she got all messed up. I mean, I don't know. He was just following the prescripts, I guess. There's no, like, good fires in this place. Like, everyone just, yeah, I was thinking about it, and she does kind of still throw... Like, I can see her throwing tantrums in the sword form, but at least when she was talking like the Pinky Nurse Father, she did like she did some like old. So I'm curious, like what, like at least when she was with the different forms and everything like that, she did sound like her age, you know, but like at least in sword form, she does act like a kid. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, he did say for her to mimic the tone. I was just thinking about the flashback, like, but I'm misremembering. It's been a while since I played the Ryoshu chapter. But it's what the prescripts said, so that's what Poland had to do. Again, he didn't have to follow the prescripts, but whatever. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about finding your own movement. Already answered that. But you'll need time, under the Fauvism wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words would have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us with a final act of defiance. Then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Thus we made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the ring all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was sweating my ass off out here. Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by significant margin even if you hadn't been here, Kira. To be fair, they're not wrong. Like, she... On my own fight... Well, she did help a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But she didn't help, like, by a substantial amount. This is more like it. We don't have to freak out by over a mere BB anymore. Long as we're with the clock. Big brother. Nah, don't start congratulating yourself for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion will deserve to stand beside the executive man. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Odas or Don Quixote. Really, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is my own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moment, selected to the monster door? Right? It's not like we have a searches of door, it's in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ismail walked out of the door we entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where did that exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wing and back streets. Ah. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broke door we might, however it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns to this room. The room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? The rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have is to deal with is food. As we are aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks to Rhodia, so let's... didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the L-Corps branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we can't one open on our own. What about the part where it gets into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still clips my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory I'll slash away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day the Sepia Tempest memory took a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered the sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio does not work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we'll be putting ourselves at greater risk. That of casting ourselves into an endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but where'd that meet if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this war room? That wolf's lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing flags. It's a risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her open sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Ichi. Heathcliff. It'll only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I look forward to the scabbard, expecting it to rather violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as Arayusiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so it does Ryusu's memories. We were really getting somewhere. A faint sense of Araya's image, which has since begun to coalesce, slowly unravel and fell apart once again. Even still, Arayas released the blade without a hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolidation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into a gentle dark with Ryusu's memories. Okay, next destination. Welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these backdoors hold any enormous values for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible. Even if we had to rush our work a little. I'm speculating here, but I'm only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that our bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in this voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. We call us the aspirant Double Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current Double Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they got a military force to back them up, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. It's just a mere team leader speaking though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful conversation we had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that has happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of looming conflict, so instead decided to have Ryusu's memories and sword re-examine it. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryusu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. Yeah. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're probably fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up classes. Gotta bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that. Things take time. Yes, time indeed is relative, but the fact that I managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day, it is an incredible fast turnabout, and therefore deserves their appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It's evident truth that such a result could not have been replicated had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners are alternating turns hounding him for results. Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when the test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Maybe many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Alrighty, if you're gonna go eat now, have a nice meal. Either way, like, I'm close to finishing this, from the looks of it. So, you decide what you wanna do. Then why are you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact metrics of doing precisely that. You think Yoshihiro would ever use non-acronyms like straight? What if it's something like, "She's that's a full day. Unwind after work though." And your verdict under her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. Mentioned translation, okay. Well, she likes as she believes. At that moment, I might have got a glimpse of a discovered rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it was giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of a man who works with the manager sword? Effie? I would have asked in past tense had I known who I'm referring to. What, is it Pilot? Let me saw that I wasn't here for that. That kid, right, I don't remember his name. I forgot Pilot's name. Among other miscellaneous related memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Be upon thee, dost thou say that my memories most precious to young Ryoshi and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of receiving a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It raised several days worth of memories just with a single swing, didn't it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsistent memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Arayashiki, or to be more precise, the power of the Araya's ego. That's so. Ryoshi looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshi's recollection is a blank space where fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which sinner Ryoshi's memories are to be erased at the cost of using the Arayashiki. Sounds like you should be grateful then. But Ryoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though approximates the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. So you can use it whenever, as long as it gives it time to select the trivial memories. One would be so quick to dismiss it dumb as trivial. The memory of the time you were complimented on your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed the reverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to have factored in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So half her memories have been restored. As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not at all is all lost, simply by knowing that something used to be there in that negative space. Many things can still be reminiscent upon. Like Ryosu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. Golden bows. What used to be here, in the pockets of the void in my heart? My one and only. Ryosu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sword and Pilot in recovery. I did a few odd jobs here and there, like suppressing a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE error. But with all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long. Kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The secretary is a little more questioning, but there doesn't seem anything like it out there. Damn, this your ride? Hell a badass. Why are you here, Kira? Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, one ham squeezed through to warn us about something we should watch out for. Ask team leader Alan to set coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep diving through the door, and he'll bring you through to a He'll bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, you'll crash into the bus. What? So what are you two doing here on the bus? Start to join the bear team, did ya? Must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits. But to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to discuss your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I have some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might as well get some air. Might as well say goodbye to while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that the prisoners are to be treated as the exception to the... Ah, right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. The press included this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too attached to used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not partial to mathematics statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is set right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, see you later. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryosu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blinding radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we heading next? Dante inquires about the next destination for Zilius. Huh. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave us a faint knowing smile as though to confirm Ismail's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded far too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to Encorp. So we are going there after all. Encorp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with Encorp, Marcel too probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him none of this changed anything. Now departing, vroom vroom. And with that the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Okay, is that the ending? Just in time to an ad break. That was the last one. Okay. Well, ad break's done. Let me just BRB really quickly. Alrighty, I'm back. I'll just wait for that to be done before I talk about this. Anything? No, I can't really get anything from here right now. But hey, now I can finally do the boss in the mirror dungeon. I was avoiding it because I hadn't done the thing yet, but now I can do it. I'm gonna do the bug hack on my own. But like... this will give me also things for this. So it's gonna be killing two birds with one stone. Let me just wait until it's done. Just 50 more seconds.
아, 우리 쉔크 동부집.
Okay, let me just... I can convert all of this into that. Anything else? Nope. let's just need to wait for that break to be done, which is now done.
동부지부는 야근은 지향하는 주의라서 말일세. 보통 밤에 일어나는 일은 우리보다 적합한
Okay,
협회가 있지
so
않겠는가? 무릇 결투란
ad break
주
is
내내
finally done.
분들로 인산인해를 이룬 곳에서 치름이 빠르지.
What's about the chapter itself? I liked it. It was pretty interesting. Alright, this freaking thing. What does this do? I mean, it gives good rewards, but like, I don't know if I want to do this, to be honest. I've heard people complaining about this. I'll think about it. Okay. I like the chapter. This NPC that not freaking nocturnal sweeping. I hate how it always goes to nocturnal sweeping because it's the latest event. I was expecting this one to have more of an impact on the story, considering how people were talking about her, but I guess people just liked her design. Okay, what else? I don't know what else to talk about, to be honest. Like, it took me well, I did take breaks in the middle and whatnot, so I'm gonna say it took me like 5.5 hours to read all of this. So yeah, I'm not too surprised. As soon as I reach like the ending of the first part over here, I was like, yeah, this is gonna take a while. Yeah, overall I did like it. It did put like spotlight to the other nurse fathers that didn't get that much spotlight before. Like, some had more spotlight than others from the looks of it. Like, I feel like Callisto had a pretty, like, a big chunk for the spotlight. Not that it's a bad thing, but, like, it was both Callisto and Matthias. Both of them had a pretty big spotlight. Matthias kind of needed it because on the main story they kind of explained why he was a bad dad, but didn't explain it all that much. Valencia, like, we knew how she was. Like, they didn't have to explain like why she was bad. Rian, Rian did force Araya to be like the Pinky nurse father, but like we kind of already knew that. Like, he was the one that manipulated her into being the Pinky. And always following like the prescripts and whatnot. What else? I don't think there's anything else. Well, I'm trying to think. The Pinky, like, we already separating the normal Pinky to Araya. So like, the normal Pinky nurse father, or like, she died when Rio should killed her, so we didn't learn more about the old version. And even the new version, we also didn't know learn anything that new. Like, but like this is specifically about Araya as the Pinky Nurse Father, not Araya herself. Araya herself, we did get a new memories with her and Ryoshu. Like, they weren't the main spotlight, but we did get more stuff. And yeah. What else? So honestly, like, well, I guess in Ryosu's eyes, the one that like cared about her the least was Matthias, even though she was treated worse by the other Pinky Nurse Fathers. Well, I'm not counting about the hag, like the old Pinky. I'm talking about like next to her. Because I was thinking like, while Matthias didn't outright treat her badly, she like never felt, well, ever since she was a kid, she never felt him as a father ever since that incident. Meanwhile, like, the other three, in their own messed up ways, still felt like a father to her. Like, Callisto or Calipo or whatever his name is, feels like he would have been the best out of them if he didn't have like his weird fixation with like art. Like, he treated Ryosu like nicely, and then he did like stuff like the puppy blade that's still alive and whimpers every time you use it, or like picking up the heads of the dead classmates and just putting them on the next to her bed or whatever it was. Meanwhile, I'm trying to think, so Rian, like, I feel like it was a Matthias case as well, like, to Ryosu, they felt like a father at the beginning, but like, once she figured out that everything they did was, like, Matthias just cared about himself, but Rian cared about the prescript. So even though he didn't, like, wasn't as bad as Matthias, he also didn't feel like a father to her. Like, because it wasn't really him, and like, it was his prescript mostly.
아, 우리 쉔크 동부지부는 야근은 지향하는 주의라서 말일세.
But yeah, this is gonna be it for today's stream then.
적합한 협회가 있지 않겠는가? 무릇
Let's see, there's a bunch of people online.
대낮에 구경꾼들로 인산인해를 이룬 곳에서
Let's see who
치르기
to raid.
다르지.
Okay, so they're doing art. They're doing... Are they talking? Okay, they're talking, but they're not talking in English. So let's just not rate them. Who would we rate then? I guess we can rate the person we rated yesterday. Because Shio... Or should we rate... But I haven't finished Union. And I feel like if I talk Shio, they might accidentally spoil stuff. So let's just rate Forgotten Soul. Unless... Is there anyone else streaming this? Well, there are other people streaming this, but they're kind of high in terms of follower numbers. Okay, no. 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 Let me see. Oh, I think they end the stream. God dang it. Yeah, they'll just end the stream. God dang it. Let me check this person. If not, okay, they're not English. This person. No. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll just raid Forgotten Soul then. I don't see anyone else to raid, to be honest. Okay, they're playing something else and forgot to change the freaking Okay, I'll just raid Forgotten Soul, screw it. I feel like that's the best bet right now. Okay, we're gonna raid Forgotten Soul then. They're playing the Night Witch. Let me just start the raid while I talk to you guys. So, thank you guys for coming. I hope you guys have a wonderful day and a wonderful week. Next week, the schedule will probably change from Limbus to probably to ZZ again. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. So from Limbus to ZZ, Unions is still gonna be on Monday, and that's everything else is still the same. So yeah, thank you guys for coming. I hope you guys have a wonderful day and a wonderful week, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.